hybrid format, physically at the Villa Rosa Kempinski Hotel in Wayaki Westlands, Nairobi City County, and virtually via Zoom. As we begin, I'd like to request that for those of us who are logged in via Zoom, please download or obtain all the documents that you'll need for this annual general meeting. They are all available through the web, through our website, isk.or.ke, and links have been provided through the email that you received inviting you for today's AGM. Just to clarify which documents you need, there's first the notification, and then two, there's the minutes of the 51st AGM. There is the minutes of the special annual general meeting held this year on 15th of June. There is the annual report and financial statements for the year ending December 31st, 2020. There is the budget, the proposed budget for the 2021 financial year. There is the bids for the external auditors, the procurement process of the external auditor. Yeah, that's it. And then after that discussion, we'll have the vote, the election session, which will be led by Valuer Vincent Kipto, who is here present with us. Karibu, Vincent. Without further ado, and noting that it's now 2 p.m., I'd like to invite our CEO, Ms. Rose Maura, to begin for us with a word of prayer. CEO, welcome.
Let's all bow and pray. Our loving Father, we thank you this afternoon for your goodness and mercies. We thank you for the gift of life and the gift of health. We thank you that, Lord, you've enabled us to be able to proceed from the beginning of the year up to this time, and you've watched over us. And so now we come together during this AGM, praying that, Lord, your presence shall be with us. Praying that, Lord, your Holy Spirit will guide us. May you protect us and keep us safe, O Jehovah, even amidst this COVID. We thank you for the leadership of the institution. We thank you for all our members. May you bless them. Even during this AGM, we pray that, Lord, your Holy Spirit will guide us and lead us from the beginning to the end. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, CEO. I take this opportunity to recognize all the branches which are present with us, all members spread across the country who are also present with us via Zoom, and all council members who are present with us here in Nairobi. It's my pleasure to welcome the President of the Institution of Kenya, Valuer Abraham Samoei, to give his opening remarks and thereafter open the annual general meeting. Welcome, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chege. Council members present, our distinguished members, good afternoon. I take this opportunity to welcome you to the 52nd ISK AGM. We are having our AGM in July. Traditionally, we've had it in April, but I think bearing the circumstances that are prevailing in the country, we are a bit delayed from our traditional April. I know many of you are praying and hoping that we'll be able to have a physical AGM. I've received many calls that perhaps we should have had a physical meeting, but I think with what is going on in the country, we as a council, we looked at it and we said safety first. So we'll continue meeting virtually, which I think is the norm going forward until we are through this pandemic as a country and globally. I want to thank the members of the institution and the council for the last 1 year. It was a very challenging year, but through your support, supporting your officials, we've been able to continue the business of the institution and the business of the council. Some of my friends across the continent, sometimes they ask me how we are doing it, because we appear to be very vibrant, more so online. And I think it's testament to the commitment that we have as a council and the secretariat and the membership in continuing the agenda of the institution in advancing professional interest. Members, over the last few months, we've had notable changes in or progress in the sector, where Ardhi Sasa land management system was launched, which is something as an institution we've been advocating for a long time. I know there are challenges in the implementation, which are, in my view, are anticipated as you are implementing a system in a live environment. But we hope those challenges would be addressed. The other issue that I think as we've made remarkable progress is on the review of the Survey Act, or the journey to the review of the Survey Act. Is a journey we have been as an institution advocating for the review, and I'm happy that the ministry is now taking the lead and has brought together all the stakeholders in a task force. So hopefully, as the task force finalizes its report in the next few weeks, we would see great progress in the review of the Survey Act finally. I know we have the Building Surveyors Act, which still has an issue between the both houses, but we hope with what we are hearing that the both houses would be able to agree. I would want to also update you that the institution has applied and been accepted to be a member of the International Cartographic Association. Apart from FIG and IVAC, we are now a member of the International Cartographic Association, especially for our members in the GIS chapter. So we wish to continue raising the profile of the institution and the member in practice, so that when you are able to go out there, especially outside the borders of Kenya, you are able to be recognized as a professional with international links. So members, those are just a few things that I thought I would mention that have happened in the last few months since we last met. I would want to welcome you. We can now go to the business of the AGM. Today being an election day, and we are piloting the online election, we would want to quickly go through the AGM agenda, so that by 3, I don't know, moderator, if 3 is still feasible, by 3 o'clock, we are anticipating that members can begin voting. So I think we can discuss with the IEC officials if they can commence voting at 3, even if we have 1 or 2 agenda items that are pending in the AGM. I think we can update that as the AGM proceeds. Welcome, and thank you very much. Thank you. We may now begin the AGM. The notice of the AGM was sent out in line with the provisions of Article 22A of the ISK Constitution. So if we may now confirm from the Secretary that the meeting is properly constituted, that we have quorum so that we may begin our meeting.
Thank you, President. I do confirm we have quorum. Before the beginning of the meeting, we had 900 members who are registered to attend this meeting, those who are in attendance, and we still have more who have joined since morning. Thank you.
Thank you. If we may now go to apologies. Do we have any apologies for the meeting? CEO confirm that the notice was sent out in line with the provision of the Constitution.
Thank you, President. Yes, I do confirm that the notification for ISK 52nd Annual General Meeting was shared on 8th of July, 2021, as it was shared with members on their emails, and also it was published on the Daily Nation on 8th of July, 2021.
Thank you. If we may now conduct the ordinary business of the AGM, do we have any apologies received?
We have not yet received any apologies so far, but would like to request members, in case you have any apologies that you've been sent, you can chat it and we'll be able to identify that and note.
Thank you. I think we may now go to the minutes of the 51st AGM and the special general meeting held on 27th November 2020, and the special meeting held on 15th June 2021. Can they be displayed on the screen? Moderator, can the minutes be displayed on the screen? So as the minutes are displayed, I'm sure they were shared in your mailbox. But I will just proceed as the moderator arranges to share the minutes on the screen. The matters arising, if I go to page 1, the matters arising from the minutes. Minute number 50.4, strategic policy advocacy, where the council successfully lobbied for the gazettement of the members of the building surveyors on the adoption of the proposed amendments to the ISK Constitution. It was reported that the splitting of the VEMS chapter had been approved by the council. On property acquisition, it was reported that the council had approached various investments to negotiate for a possible purchase of the space, and the only challenge was the contribution from the members, where at that time the council had only received 3.8 million shillings. It was reported that a member sought to know the position on the Building Surveyors Act, and it was reported that the court had given both houses 9 months to regularize the affected statutes, Building Surveyors Act being one of the 23 statutes that were affected by the Senate going to court. This matter is still ongoing. On the council annual report, the highlights of the report were in strategic advocacy. The council is to continue to advocate and engage in public policy discussions for entrenching professionalism in the land management, in promoting the profession. Second issue is addressing the forgery of valuation reports for con purposes, and the judiciary had worked with the council had worked with the judiciary to provide a list of member firms and contacts so that they can check the validity of the evaluations. The council was also to seek and enhance partnership and collaborations with other institutions in strategic policy advocacy. On benevolent fund, it was reported that the council had identified an insurance company to run the benevolent fund on behalf of the members. The council was also in discussion with other providers for pension plans and medical insurance so that members can subscribe. It was also reported that valuation standards had been finalized and they were scheduled for launch in December 2020 at the Africa Regional Conference. On constitutional amendments, it was reported that we need to relook at our constitution in order to adapt to the emerging issues that members have, especially in light with the effect of COVID-19 on how we conduct meetings, provision for virtual and electronic meetings. On members' growth, the AGM was updated that we had 310 new members, 127 in VEMS, 104 in Land Surveyors Chapter, 43 in GIS, 23 in Engineering Survey, 11 in Land Administration, and 2 in Building Survey. On council reports, from PPE, the council reported that the committee of PPE were revising the ISK Professional Practice and Ethics rules for 2019 and were now fully operational as at the end of 2020, as at 2020 rather. A code of ethics had been developed where members would sign agreeing that they would adhere to it. 21 cases had been reported to PPE for disciplinary or complaints against members, and 14 had been concluded and 7 were in progress. On Education and Research Committee, it was reported 10 seminars had been held. The 4th Regional Conference, attracting 250 participants, had also been held. Professional exams, 59 candidates had passed their full member exam, and the CPD guidelines had been finalized and launched. Editorial committee, it was reported that there was a successful trip to Brazil. Land law awareness campaigns and capacity building were organized across 9 counties. The council had paid courtesy visits to 6 county governments, and the 50th anniversary celebrations were held, where the FIG president graced the occasion with 860 members in attendance. From Human Resource Committee, it was reported that HR manual had been revised in line with the best practice, existing law, and the International Labour Organization standards. From Young Surveyors Committee, it was reported that the committee had facilitated 20 young surveyors to intern at Tatu City. Career talks were held at Technical University, Mount Kenya University, and University of Nairobi. And the committee also held Jadili talks where 100 surveyors were in attendance. From the Finance Committee, the committee reported that subscriptions of 15 million were realized in 2019, up from 13 million in 2018. On chapter reports, sorry, before I go to the chapter, the committee had also indicated they were looking at various options for buildings to purchase, but the challenge was the insufficient funds to make a commitment. From the chapter reports, the VEMS chapter reported that they had split the chapter into 3, and they were now finalizing on reorganizing internally to ensure that the practice, the membership criteria, and the examination are approved in council. The implementation of the report on the task force on valuation for banks and financial institutions was ongoing. The standards task force had finished its report, and they were waiting for the launch from the council. And they also reported the new members that I've just mentioned before. From building surveyors, the chapter reported the assent of Building Surveyors Act in 2018 and the constitution of the Building Surveyors Registration Board to register and license members. On the Generic Surveyors chapter, it was reported that they would continue addressing the needs of the membership, and they had recruited 53 new members. On GIS, the chapter reported that they continue to enhance their numbers. I think engineering surveyors and geospatial being new chapters, they were keen on continuing their growth. On land surveyors chapter, the chapter reported they continue to emphasize on promoting professional practice and standards, and they had formed a committee to deliberate on planning and georeferencing issue, which I think that matter has been concluded. The committees have handed over their reports. LAMS reported they had successfully lobbied for the recruitment of additional land administration officers in the ministry, and there were over 50 officers that had been recruited, and the chapter was still following on the still following up on the enactment of the Land Administrators Bill. From the branches, from the coast, they reported on a courtesy visit to the Mombasa Regional Commissioner, courtesy visit to Mombasa Cement, Land Clinic in Kilifi, and they had 2 seminars, one on tax and one on surveying. From Western Branch, the branch reported they had 2 outreach, and they had a consultative forum in Siaya and Kakamega. And they also participated in the landlords awareness forums in Kisumu and Kakamega, organized centrally from Nairobi. From South Branch, the branch also reported of the landlord awareness campaign, where they had 80 participants, and they had capacity building in Kericho and Bomet, attracting more than 100 participants. During that time, they had a consultative meeting with the governor of Bomet County. The accounts were tabled by the finance chair, and the auditor was in attendance, Francis Mungai from FH and Company Audit and Company Limited, and the accounts were adopted. The budget for 2020 was also proposed and adopted. Postponement of 2020 elections, the motion to postpone the elections to 2020 to allow for the council to prepare for virtual elections was also proposed and adopted by the meeting. The auditors for the year 2020 were also appointed. FH and Company were appointed by the members in the AGM. Proposed amendments to the ISK Constitution. There were 2 amendments in Article 6, providing for life member for our members who have reached 70 and have retired, who are no longer in practice. The criteria for conferment of fellow membership was also proposed in the meeting and was adopted, providing a guideline on how our members can gain or be conferred the full member status. As there was no other business, the meeting closed at 4:50 p.m. Thank you, members. It's a long meeting. I've tried to highlight because I know you've gone through the minutes. So if we could have if we can have confirmation of the minutes before we go to matters arising from the minutes. I think we confirm the 51st AGM minutes, and then we would go to the special AGM that we had. Members, I'm looking for a proposer. Oh, I can see Professor Ngigi. I propose Senior Wafula Nabutola has also seconded. So I think, members, we can go to the special meeting so that we can delve into the matters arising. The special meeting held on 15th June 2021. The meeting started at 2:05 p.m. and more than 500 members were registered and were in attendance. 2 apologies from Patrick Lukoko, who is now deceased. May his soul rest in peace. And Stephen Muhoro were received. The agenda of the meeting was to seek an extension of term for the IEC officials. The council noticed that their term ended in December 2020, and they were to manage elections that were scheduled for July this year. So the motion to extend their term was tabled and was approved by the members, proposed by Wafula Nabutola and seconded by Jesse Kihoro. It was the only agenda in the meeting, and the meeting ended at 2:45 p.m. I would ask for a proposer and a seconder to confirm the minutes of the meeting of 15th June. I can see Anthony Kakobo. Mr. Kakobo,
yes.
Because you have not written on the chat, you are confirming the minutes? I saw your hand up.
Let me lower my hand, please. Thank you.
You can speak. You are now on mute.
Yes, I am proposing.
Sorry, I can't hear Anthony. I can see Margaret Mutiri.
I'm here, Mr. President.
Moderator, I can't hear.
Can you hear me? I have unmuted.
I think we can go to the chat because we would want to make sure that the hands mean proposer second. Do we have a proposer seconder for 15th June meeting? I can see Gideon Mwange and Stephen Katei. Thank you. I can see many people have seconded. I'll take those two, but thank you very much for seconding. We now go to matters arising from the minutes of 51st AGM. I can confirm there were no matters arising from the two meetings. Thank you very much. I think we now go to receive and adopt the council annual report for the year 2020. The report, members, has been shared via your email and is also available on your portal when you log into your account in the ERP. So I would just highlight, because I know it's also a long document. I would highlight so that we try to manage time. So members, in our report, one, I would start with membership growth, which is a driver of the institution. We had 58 full members admitted and 452 new members recruited, 270 graduates, 109 technicians, and 66 student members and 7 affiliates. In ensuring that we continue touching base with the student and the new professionals coming into the professional space, we held career talks at JKUAT and the University of Nairobi. 139 members registered for 2020 professional exams, and 70 were successful. It is noted that a few, because of the COVID-19 effect on the examination process, also deferred the examinations. 45 young surveyors were engaged in various programs. We had 4 chapter meetings across all the chapters, but members, we note that as a council that attendance of chapter meetings is very low. If I may just say, statistically, we have VEMS 6.7% on average attend chapter meetings. GIS is doing best of all the chapters at 20%. ES is at 10%. Land surveyors, 5% of the membership attend chapter meetings. BS, I don't think that is correct. 1.75% CEO and chapter, that's a very low. BS, I think members, what we are saying is our attendance of chapter meetings, which our membership activities, is a bit of a concern to the members. So I think we may need to look at going forward. On strategic advocacy, research and projects, a survey was done among the members to understand the issues they have on COVID-19 and how the institution can advocate for them, and what are the issues that the industry has in the member perspective that we can also advocate. Through this survey, we developed a property management guidelines, and we started lobbying for inclusion of surveying profession as an essential service in allowing our members to be able to travel outside the containment areas and beyond curfew hours where necessary. I think this was also successful, that people are able to get letters to travel across and outside curfew hours. Championing on finalization of the stamp duty regulations. This was also finalized last year, and the regulations were gazetted, and the valuers appointed in line with those regulations. There was also the complaint reviewer, a proposal to have the complaint reviewer in the Survey Act, and we opposed this proposal in the inclusion of this proposal in the Land Act. Sorry, not the Survey Act, in the Land Act, and this was removed or shot down when it got to Parliament. We also championed for the finalization of the regulations to support e-land registration system, and the regulations were gazetted. We held several meetings with NLC and the Ministry of Lands to add some of these initiatives, and held a meeting with the Senate Departmental Committee on the issue of closure of the land registry, the ISK bill, and Valuers Bill, the Valuers Act, review of the Valuers Act, Survey Act, Estate Agents Act, and the LAMS Bill. We were also involved in the advocating for review of the Sectional Properties Act, which was finalized, and now there is a task force on development of regulations. We had 15 members who offered themselves to serve in various boards and committees across the country, and they were all sent by the institution. On enhancing professional capacity for the members, we had 6 online seminars where 859 members attended. 2019 examinations were also finalized and were released in January 2020. 96 members from the geospatial chapters registered for 2020 examinations, 18 deferred, 75 members from the VEMS chapter, 7 deferred, and 68 sat for the examinations. And we ensured that members were able to participate in all these activities virtually. We had a successful regional conference attracting 400 participants across the world. Registration of ISK under NITA, which is a statutory requirement for training, was finalized. The CPD guidelines were also finalized and launched. Examination briefing was undertaken, where 196 candidates attended. And out of that 139 sat for examinations. In enhancing visibility and communication, 60% of the membership were noted to interact with the institution through their email, and 97% were receiving communication by text. The website was also enhanced to monitor traffic and engagement with membership, where we have 1,000 visits every week and 15 interactions every week. We also introduced a WhatsApp where members can interact with the institution in addition to the email and telephone calls. There was also a media strategy where we wanted to grow our presence in the social media, where now we have 7,000 followers on Facebook, 2,500 on Twitter, 260 on YouTube, and 300 on Instagram. Members' online presence is now very crucial to ensure your presence, because many people now are relying on online communication, and our strong presence there would ensure that we are felt in the Republic. We also developed the Facebook chat to ensure that we continue having interaction with our membership, and this was done. This is done every other Friday. We had several media citations throughout the year. March, I think every month except December. We had several TV interviews, KBC, Horizon, Switch, NTV, radio shows, and I think that was a good visibility for the institution throughout the year. In developing a strong and sustainable financial base for the institution, we achieved 79% subscription renewal, which I can say is very impressive considering the circumstances for the year. We received 4 million towards the property contribution, and in 2018, the installation of the ERP, 2020 rather, in the year 2020, the installation of the ERP was at 60%, but I think we can report it's now been finalized, and member management will now be done centrally from the ERP. That would mean your financials, communication, all documentation, training would be on the ERP. In achieving best governance, the HR manual was finalized, and this is mainly to govern the management of employees at the Secretariat. We now have the Council initiated the development of a customer service charter, which will now guide how the Council and the Secretariat responds to the customer, which is a member, in handling their affairs. We also partnered with the APSEA, Association of Professional Societies of East Africa, and GIZ to review the code of ethics in line with the international ethics standards and the best practice in professional regulation. In the year, 15 complaints were reported, 9 were completed. And in that year, 300 members signed the code of ethics. I think those are the main highlights of our report. And I would now open the floor for members to adopt our report. But before adoption, I would want people to, sorry, I think the first is adopt first, and then we discuss. So I think I would be looking for an adoption of the council report so that we can go to discussions and comments on the report from the council. Thank you. So moderator, I would want to see the members who are. Sorry, I can see it behind me, but I can't see it in the screen in front of me. I think these are the challenges of virtual. Now I may have to turn back so that now the screen has gone blank. Thank you. Remember, I think now my screen is up. I can now see.
Mr. President, we have several hands up. We have seniors Wafula Nabtola, Cyrus Muchoki, David Siriba, Dr. Fantas Murage.
Thank you. I think we can start. That Peter Boyo, I can see your hand is up. So if you could unmute Peter Boyo. Yes, the proposal to adopt the council report. Sorry, I can't hear Peter Boyo. I think I would go to a Fantas Murage.
You can't hear me?
Maybe you can speak a bit louder.
Mr. President, you cannot hear me?
Our technical team, kindly raise the volume.
Mr. President, can you hear me?
Technical team, let's take care of the time.
Maybe I can have the laptop
Mr.
here.
President,
So that,
Mr. Boyo had something to say.
Yes, now I can hear Nabutola. Do you have a direct line here?
I was
Where,
proposing
Mr.
adoption.
Peter Boyo, I think now we can get the sound here.
Yes, Mr. President, I was proposing adoption of the council report.
Thank you. We hear you clear.
Thank you.
Anybody to second? Mr. Murage, I think I had called you. Now that we have the voice sound here. Mr. Fantas Murage. I think we can go to the charts. Perhaps
Yeah, you can hear me?
yes, we can hear you, Mr. Murage.
I think my network was not very. It was very bad. I have just. It has just come in when you have mentioned my name. Hello.
Yes, we were adopting the council report so that we can discuss it. So Peter Boyo has proposed.
I can second. I second.
Thank you. Mr. Murage has seconded the council report. So members, I would now open the floor for a few members to, if they have any comments, questions on what the council has presented before them today.
May I?
I think I can see Siriba on the screen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity and distinguished members. So I don't know, maybe we went quickly. It skipped my attention when we were proposing and confirming the minutes of the first AGM. I think that it is a matter I have on minute number 51.7 on the appointment of the auditors. And I saw my name as one of the people seconded, and I don't remember doing the secondment, maybe because of time since we held that particular AGM. So that is the matter I have.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Unfortunately, now I don't have the recording. This is what the minutes captured. So you would want to withdraw, you are not in the meeting?
I've checked, I was in the meeting, but
Yes.
it's like I can't remember seconding, so I wish to withdraw.
Perhaps, do we have another person who has similar names, or how it was captured as David Siriba?
I wish there was a recording.
Certainly there is.
Maybe if I did, then we can retain. If not, I wish to withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take it that we can confirm because the proposer, Godfrey Mutuma, I don't know if Mutuma is here. I think Mutuma is not in today's meeting. Now proceed. I think it will be noted, and I think we'll go back and check on it. Perhaps it's a typing error that your name is here. So could we now go to the? Does anybody have a submission or a comment on the council report? I've seen the list of participants in the AGM. I think we take note, Professor Ngigi. It is annexed. The attendance is annexed in your documents. Yeah, the list of attendees is in your bundle of documents, the members who attended. I've seen a question from Fred Odwor on property acquisition. As I mentioned in my report, the Finance Committee has looked at several options, but they cannot commit because our members have not paid up the fund. We currently have 4 million to purchase a property, which the council could not commit those funds until we have sufficient contributions. So I think the finance chair, the outgoing finance chair and the incoming must find ways to mobilize member funds so that we are able to buy property. For us in the property space, I think this is a good time to buy. It's a buyer's market. So if members, if we could pay our contribution so that in the next AGM, perhaps we would be talking about the option, which to buy, where, perhaps even call a special AGM before end of the year to make that decision of where we want to purchase the property. But I think the challenge to answer Fred has been the low contributions that we have. But I think that the exact amounts will be covered in the finance report. Any other? I don't see any hand up, so I think we can. Sorry. Oh, Dennis Nirangu, you may speak. Please unmute Dennis Nirangu. I can't hear Dennis. We can go to David Mashosho.
Thank you very much. I think I got, I was told to unmute when I was trying to get into the system. Otherwise, the proceedings are going well.
Thank you, David. I think your hand pressed the raise your hand inadvertently. Kevin, there's only one name, Kevin, Kelvin. Please change your name so that they can capture two names for record purposes. I can't hear Kelvin. Caroline Nyimbaye Ochich. Please unmute Caroline. Elizabeth Atieno. Members, you have to unmute from your side. You are given the right to unmute. So once I call you out, you unmute and talk. I think, I don't know if we are having a challenge from our side because I can see your hands are up, but nobody is talking. You remain mute. I think we may have to proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I think what's happening, Mr. President, is that the icon, raise hand, lower hand, is a bit confusing. And I noticed it's as if I had asked to speak, but I hadn't. So then I realized that I had my hand here. So I apologize for that. And maybe I'm not the only victim. Sorry, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senior Butola. I hope you speak for the other committee who has their hand up. I can see Cyrus, Anthony Kakobo. I think we may now proceed. I think we are unlikely to get them to speak. I now want to give to the Chair Finance, Isaiah Bonyo, to present his audited accounts and general financial report for the year 2020. He has the auditor with him. They can assist each other. Thank you. I would want to call the IEC chair. I don't know if he has a mic or he wants to come closer to where I am. If he wants to make an announcement.
Good afternoon, members. It has now reached that time when we want to start elections. The council is still carrying on with the administrative functions and will allow them, but it has reached the time when we need to start the elections, and we'll shortly be opening for voting. The positions which are available for voting have already been communicated to you. And to begin that process, let me then announce those positions to be vacant. And members are those who have been validly nominated can now be considered to be eligible for election. So those members who will be able to participate in the election, there are requirements, there are constitutional requirements. You should be able to access the portal. We've communicated on the process. There is enough information about how to vote. The process is fairly simple. We urge you to move with speed and vote, but all the same, we have provided 2 hours for you to be able to cast your vote and be able to see feedback or have a confirmation that you have voted. At the end of the 2 hours, we'll announce the results. At that point, we urge you to be present up to that point, and thereafter we'll announce of course, those who will be newly elected. So thank you very much. We'll allow you to start the voting. And we wish you all the best. We wish the candidates, all the best. And we also wish members the very best that they exercise their right to vote and their power to vote. Thank you very much. You can now interact with the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair IEC. So members, you are now free to now cast your vote. But please remember the AGM is still on. We still have four agenda items to dispense with. So Isaiah, you may now take it up.
Good afternoon. To the President, the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya, the Deputy President, members of Council, and the Executive, and to the entire to the Secretariat and the entire ISK fraternity, good afternoon. Last year was a very challenging year for many organizations, and our institution was not spared either. Our performance on income, as will be presented, we actually had a reduced income substantially. I will wish with that, I will wish to present our statements or our audited accounts that ended, the period ended 31st December 2020. I will start by our statement of comprehensive income. It is clear, you can see that in our revenue reduced from 61.9 million to 32.456 million. Expenses that we incurred last year was follows: 25 million compared to 2019, 23.118. Operational expenses, 10.353 as compared to 36 million. The finance costs was 167,000 compared to 161,582 in 2019. Total expenditure for the year ended 2020 was 36 million 121,303 compared to 59.552 247. Surplus, we had a deficit last year of 3.6 million as opposed to the surplus that we had in 2019 of 2.3 million. Contributors to the revenue decline was attributed mainly to the suspension of in-person meetings and events. Of course, it is known that COVID-19 contributed to this. Events that led to this decline in income are itemized as follows. On AGM activities, we lost about 11 million. Project income, 10 million. Local, regional, and international tours in excess of 3 million. And of course, suspension of penalties on late subscription payment of about 1.6. The administrative expenses, the rise from 23 to 25, was occasioned by the following. Admin activities delivered a saving of 8 million, largely attributable to scale down office operations during the pandemic. The savings have been diluted due to bad debt provision of 10 million relating to historic non-collectible amounts occasioned by the deregistered members. As we continue with the audited accounts, we'll indicate how most probably we removed the 10 million from our books. The operational costs decline was attributed to the suspension, of course, of in-person meeting and events due to the pandemic led to savings of operational expenses. Of course, key drivers, as indicated above, were the AGM activities,
conferencing, project expenses, and international travel, which contributed to almost about 23 million. On our statement of financial position, please. Thank you. Our non-current assets as at 2020, that is property and equipment, stood at 1.258 million compared to 1.384857 million in 2019. Assets, which are the current assets, cash and cash equivalents, 3.1 as opposed to 4.9 in 2019, 12.1 as opposed to 12.4 in 2019, 14.343 in 2020 as opposed to 14.270 in 2019. Total assets, total current assets stood at 29.595 in 2020 as compared to 31.638 in 2019. Total assets as per in the institution stood at 30.854 compared to 33.23 million in 2019. Our liabilities stood at, that is the current liability, stood at 14.9 compared to 13.49 in 2019. Accumulated fund, which is the equity, stood at 15.866 compared to 19.5 as compared to 2019 of 33.023. Explanation for this is that the fixed assets remain the same except for the annual depreciation. Cash and cash equivalents dropped due to slower collection rate attributable to the pandemic. The council had to intervene and to suspend penalties as many of our members were struggling to make the payments, but eventually we managed to collect quite some good percentage. Trade and other receivables have been impacted by the 10 million provision on bad debt. Trade payable increased mainly on account of prepaid member subscription of 2 million. Accumulated funds dropped by 3.6 million, which is the deficit attributed to the year. Statement of changes in equity. Oh, thank you. The accumulated funds as at 31st December 2020 total 15.866650 million as compared to 31st December of 2019 of 19.531695 million. Of course, you can see that this year we had a deficit of about 3.665045. So accumulated funds, as can be seen, dropped by 3.6, which is the deficit for the year. Statement of cash flow. Thank you. The cash flow from the operating activities was as follows. We incurred a deficit of 3.6 million as opposed to a surplus of 2.3 million in 2019. Adjustment for depreciation on assets stood at 245,000 in 2020 as compared to 24,000 in 2019. Changes in working capital. There was a decrease in receivables of 72 million as opposed to 8.369 increase in 2019. On the payables, we had an increase in payables by 1.4 million as opposed to a decrease in 2019 of 6.8 million in 2019. The net cash generated from operating activities was follows. We had a negative 1.9 million as compared to 4 million in 2019. The cash flow from investing activities, investments, our investment grew by 331,110. We did not dispose any assets in 2010, and the purchases we incurred. Okay. Yeah, the purchases were at negative 119,000. Net cash from investing activities stood at 212,110 as opposed to negative 81,371 in 2019. Movement in cash and cash equivalents. Net increase or decrease in cash and cash equivalents was at negative 1.74 as compared to 3.252 in 2019. Cash and cash equivalents at the start of the year stood at 4.9 compared to 1.6 in 2019. The cash and cash equivalent at the end of the year stood at 3.14 million as compared to 4.927 in 2019. A brief explanation of the statement of cash flow. The net cash used in operating activities is 1.9 million. Investing activities generated Kenya shillings 212,000. Overall change in cash position for the year is a decline of 1.7 million. Opening balance Kenya shillings 4.9. Total cash available in the bank as at the end of the year stood at 3.1 million. I will want to welcome our auditor to present the independent auditor's report to the members of the institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and the council and the members in attendance. My name is Francis Mungai from the audit firm FH and Company, Certified Public Accountants. So I'm here to read the auditor statement, which is on your screen. So I want to confirm that according to the Kenya Societies Act, and based on our audit, that number one, that we've obtained all the necessary information and explanations, which to the best of our knowledge and belief were necessary for the purposes of our audit. That in our opinion, proper books of accounts have been kept, and as far as appears from our examination of those books, and that the balance sheet and the statement of comprehensive income, the financial statements that have just been read to you, are in agreement with the books of account. There are no quality, it's an unqualified audit, so there are no issues. So the engagement partner that is responsible for this audit is CPA Friedan Kirote. Her practicing number is 2223, registered with the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, and I am here to represent her. Thank you very much. That is the end of my statement.
Thank you, Honorable Auditor. That forms our audited accounts for the year 2020. We now require someone to adopt, then we'll open the floor for questioning. Elvis Oma. Oh.
Silas Kinoti. Could you please unmute Silas Kinoti?
I have.
Silas Kinoti has.
I've unmuted.
I thought you wanted to speak. I see your hand is up.
No, I've lowered the hand, but the icon is not disappearing. It's already a lower. When I raise it comes. When I lower it, it still remains.
Okay, well noted.
I can propose the adoption.
Fine, thank you. But it's good to hear from you all the same. Silas Kinoti has proposed. Godfrey Mutuma. Could you please unmute Godfrey Mutuma?
My name is Godfrey Mutuma. I second.
Thank you. So the finance chair is expecting questioning. That was his exact word. So you are now free to ask questions on the account.
On the account statement.
Evans Omagwa. Could you please unmute Evans Omagwa?
Hello, President. What do you want me to say? I've done my voting and no question. The books are okay. From finance.
Thank you, Evans. Your hand was up. I'm going through the list. Bill.
Okay.
I can't hear Bill. Is it?
Any other members?
Moderator, do we have any other names? I can't see them on the screen. Stephen Mutiso.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I have two questions. One, I've noted that the administration expenses went up, despite the fact that the overall income decreased by almost half. Maybe what could have led to this increase, and did the council have any projections that would have a decrease in the general income for there to be an increase in administrative expenses? Then maybe, unless I missed this, there's the provision for bad debts went significantly up from 2.8 million to 10.2. Maybe we can get an explanation first on why we have so much bad debts. Does it point to a problem when it comes to collection by the Secretariat? And I've also noticed that we have a cash balance of about 3 million. That is significantly up, and in my opinion, this is money maybe that could be properly, with proper cash flow management, maybe placed in some kind of fixed deposit for the society to earn income. So those are my questions, Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. As you have been informed in the council report, the institution is implementing a new ERP We had members who were deregistered in 2018 and continued to be in our books since then. The council made a deliberate effort to write off all this debt and deem them not collectible. Initially, we used to remove we used to remove this debt periodically so that it does not affect our books much. But with the new ERP, we opted to remove the entire amount which we deem uncollectible. And this uncollectible amount is from members who had registered sometime in 2018. So in essence, that is the reason why the amount increased from 2.7 to 10 million. Stephen, if you look at note 4 of the audited accounts, under expenditures, under admin expenses, you will note that the bad debts provision that was written off was actually 10.263, and if we remove that, our admin expenses will have actually been 15 million. So in actual sense, our admin expenses went down by about 8 million. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Steve Mutiso, I think your questions are answered.
Yeah, thank you, Cham. They're well answered.
Thank you. I don't see any other hand up except Silas, and Silas has said his hand is is a bit sticky.
Yes, President. My hand stuck there. I lowered it. It refused to go down.
I don't think there are any other questions because I can't see any hand up. So we can go to the next one. So thank you very much, the Chair Finance. Before you stand down, I think the auditor may stand down because the next agenda does not involve him. So you are now excused, Mr. Mungai.
Thank you, Mungai.
So we are to adopt the 2021 proposed budget. So Chair Finance, if you may table your budget. I can see Njue.
Yes, President. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm wondering why we are not getting comments on the chats that we are posting so that we can move together. Thank you.
Thank you. I think on the issue of property, I discussed when we were presenting our report on the amount of money we have on the account, which was 4 million as at the end of last year. But I know there are a couple of people who have paid. Is a comment on waiver of subscriptions who are not up to date. I think the council waived interest, but it cannot waive subscription. Subscription is mandatory for membership. So perhaps that is another motion, but I know interest was waived from time to time. Last year, actually the whole of last year, no interest was applied on delayed subscription. Also this year, up to end of June. So perhaps in the next council meeting, they would also consider perhaps extending the interest waiver. Fine, thank you. Can we have the budget finance chair?
We present our budget for the year 2021 as follows. This budget has gone through the entire approval and check processes and has passed and it was passed through by the council. Our 2021 budget was and is as follows. We envisaged collecting 18.217 million this year in terms of member subscription as compared to 20.178 million in 2020. Subtotal in terms of subscription, we expect that this year, at the end of this year, we should have collected a total of 28.587 million as opposed to 26.37. Seminars and training, I can confirm that we are on course. So far, we have collected, our budget is 3.1 million as opposed to 2 million and 16,000 last year. But I can confirm that we're on course in terms of these collections and in terms of our budget. On events, our budget is at 2.68 compared to last year at 1.691. Projects fundraising, we hope we have a budget of about 6.2 as opposed to no budget last year, noting the COVID effects that we had last year. Total income envisaged in 2021 based on our projected budget will stand at 44 million as opposed to 32.4 in 2020. On the expenditures, we envisage that our expenditure will be as follows. I'm going through the budget in this format, hoping that our members had gone through the budget that was populated by the Secretariat. Membership services, we envisage an expense of 2.7 million as opposed to 1.1 last year. Seminars and training, we envisage 1.85 million expense as compared to 436,000 last year. Events, 1.6 compared to 1.1 in 2019. In 2020, project fundraising and partnership, 6.2 as compared to 3.7 in expenses last year. Other expenses, we envisage to expend about 7.61 compared to 75,000 last year. Travel and affiliation subscription, 654 compared to 617 in 2020. Office expenses, we envisage that our office expenses will more or less be almost similar, standing at 6.7 this year compared to 6.2 last year. Advertisement, communication and branding, subtotal Subtotal will be, we envisage advertisement, communication, and branding costs at 1.181 compared to 133 last year. Staff-related expenses, that is the salaries, provident, internship, and professional subscriptions, we envisage to expend 13.3 million compared to 12.1 million last year. Office furniture, equipment, and computer, we envisage to expend by the close of the year about 1.8 million. Total expenditure envisaged this year will stand at about 40.7 million as opposed to 36.121. We envisage to have a surplus this year of about 3.6 million as compared to a deficit of 3.6 that we had in the year 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Finance. I think we can adopt the budget for the year 2021. Any proposer before we get clarification from the chair and his committee? Elizabeth Mbithi, please unmute. Elizabeth Mbithi. I can't hear Elizabeth. Abigail Gasheru. Dr. Kariasek. Moderator, Elizabeth Mbithi. We've had 1 year of practicing how to raise hand, drop hand. Seems we still have a challenge. Seems people are forgetting.
Dr. Kriasek?
Priscilla?
Hello, can you hear me, Mr. President?
Yes, please proceed, Priscilla.
Oh, okay. I support the budget.
We are yet to have a proposer.
Oh, then I propose the budget, Mr. President.
Thank you, Priscilla. Maurice Miregi.
Yes, Mr. President. I second the budget.
Fine. Thank you. Do we have the budget is adopted? Do we have any clarification questions for the Chair, Finance, and his committee? Dr. Kariasek? Elizabeth Mbithi? I think we can leave it that the budget is adopted.
Chair, there is a question.
Yes.
The question is from one Bibiana Rabuku, and she's inquiring. ISK is a non-profit making entity, so surplus being so high means we are being overcharged for some services. Explain this surplus.
That is on the budget. Chair, Finance.
An institution, the Institutional Surveyors of Kenya, as you have indicated, is not an organization. However, The surplus helps assist us to create a buffer in situation where, for example, one, we have delays in subscriptions payment. This surplus helps to plug up the requirements or the deficits that we may have in our day-to-day expenditure and expenditure activities. Two, if you look at our subscription vis-a-vis, first of all, only our administrative expense, you will note that our subscription collection is almost commensurate to that amount. The institution also needs to, hello? As the institution needs to have, I think, adequate buffer. Yeah, need to have adequate buffer in situations of low collection as we continue to collect, because not all members pay subscription at the same time. They usually spread within the allowable period of 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other question?
Can I add
Yeah, there is
what the chair finance and audit has said?
Yes, you can add.
Because I mean that committee chair, I think the savings also are as a result of the spending patterns.
Yes.
There has been quite some shoestring kind of spending, and that's why we have savings, because when you check at the rate of payment of subscriptions versus the expenditures, I think there has been an exercise of quite some budgetary cuttings in terms of expenditure. The expenditure has not been very extravagant as compared to what we have been getting in. That's why we see some savings. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any savings at all compared to the income generating activities we were doing during the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla, for the support. We appreciate. Any other questions?
Thank you. I don't, are there any questions you received, moderator?
Mr. President, there is a comment. Okay, a number of comments are on the election, and I'm sure the Independent Electoral Committee is abreast of what members are inquiring. But there is a query, or rather there is a support to the Secretariat by our distinguished member, Ms. Mercy Thuo, who supports the Secretariat on Bibiana's query. The surplus will come in handy to bridge the deficit of over 3 million in 2020. Apart from that, there is no other comment or query on the budget or on the accounts. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So, Chair, thank you for your report and for the budget for the year 2020. I now go to any other business that were to be received by myself on or before 23rd July 2021, or as may be approved by the General Assembly for discussion. I can confirm that there was no other business received by myself before or on or before 23rd July. So there would be no other business. But there's a provision that the Assembly can approve any other business that the member raises on the floor. So if there is anyone with any other business, I see no hand up except Elizabeth Mbithi. And I think the consensus is she forgot her hand up. Is that the case, Elizabeth? Try unmuting Elizabeth this time round. Fine. I think we may now proceed to the appointment of auditors. which I would also give back to the Chair Finance to propose. Chair Finance.
We now move to the appointment of the auditors. The institution floated expression of interest for auditing through ICPAC membership, in which we received the following firms who submitted their proposals. We had Ruma Certified Public Accountants, Zalma and Associates, Davela LLP, Odesk Financial Consultants, Henry Smith and Wilson, FH and Company. The Finance and Audit Committee analyzed the 6 proposals received from the audit firms based on the received and evaluated the firms based on the following criteria. The technical expertise and experience of the lead auditor in the auditing firm, technical expertise and experience of the audit assistant, firm's experience in providing audit service, corporate and membership organization, firm's experience providing audit services in membership organizations only, number of membership organizations audited, current ICPAC practicing certificates to good standing, and the financial offer on the proposal. The technical evaluation bids based on the above criterion.
Chair Finance. I can see members of the council who are with us here. Please take your seats. Proceed, Chair Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on the above criterion, we evaluated the technical and financials, in which the overall subtotal on the technical was as follows. Ruma got 67, Zalma 37, Davela 37, Odex 47, Henry, Smith and Wilson 47, FH and Company 70. On the financial quotation, Ruma quoted 150, Zalma and Associates 163, Davela 162,400, Odex Financial Consultants 100,500, Henry Smith and Wilson 121,000, FH and Company 150,000. Total scores were as follows. Ruma Certified Accountants received a score of 80, Zalman and Associates 49, Davela LLP 49, Odesk Financial Consultants 67, Henry Smith and Wilson 64, FH and Company 83. Based on the recommendation, based on the analysis, FH and Company score the highest based on the technical experience in auditing membership organization as well as low financial proposal. FH and Company is familiar with the membership organization process and procedures. Recommendation for FH and Company to be offered auditing opportunity to audit ISK finances for the year 2021. Thank you very much. Okay, we herewith invite proposers to propose that FH and Company to auditors for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Thank you, moderator. I cannot see my screen. It's blank now.
Mr. President, we have Jean Jue's hand up.
Please unmute Mr. Njue.
I propose we adopt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jinjue, maybe you can describe your full names.
In the chat, kindly.
Noted, sir.
Seconder. Mr. Gishovi Jue has proposed. A seconder for the appointment of the auditor, FH and company.
I can see a number of hands up. Xavier Sospito Ohanya. Team, kindly unmute Sospito Ohanya.
Good evening, Chair and the members.
Good evening.
I second. I second.
Thank you. Thank you, Xavier. We now go to the next agenda. I think the auditor for the year 2021 has been appointed. Thank you. We now go to the proposed amendments to the ISK Constitution. Members, this was shared and I think was also discussed at chapter level in line with our structures on how we make decisions. So rule number 7, under the time of having elections, I don't know if we have, all of us have the constitution in front of us. Rule number 7. Where is that? Yes. Under rule number 7, time of having elections, if I could read the entire clause for the benefit of all of us who may not have it in front of you. All members of the council, except chairs and secretaries of chapters and branches, shall be elected at a meeting of the general meeting of which elections have been notified. The proposal is at the meeting of the General Assembly, add the word held physically or virtually. This is in line that with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, and now that meetings are going virtually, maybe for the foreseeable future, we propose that whether the meetings are held physically or virtually, the time of elections would be held at that time. As a background, the Registrar of Societies gave guidelines to all societies, allowing them to conduct virtual and hybrid general meetings via Gazette Notice number 212, number 155, Gazette Notice number 5998, and this is what we have been using, and I suppose other societies. So we are proposing to amend our constitution in line with that. So if we could have a proposer and a seconder of that amendment.
Mr. President, I can see several hands up, beginning with Joseph Nanzala Munyendo, Davis Wambia Lumbasi, G. Njue again, Joel Ombati Nyamwea, Washington Olima, Erastus Muhika Kimani, Nelly Mbugwa, Godfrey Mutuma, Dr. Winnie Mwangi, Sir Charles Kowor. Quite a number, Mr. President.
Thank you. I think I saw you said Nyamwea?
Yes, there is Mr. Joel Ombati Nyamwea.
Joel Nyamwea. You could unmute Mr. Nyamwea.
Mr. Chairman, I second.
You propose because we have not had somebody to.
Sorry, I propose, Chairman.
Be with me, be present in the meeting.
I was trying to get in touch.
Fine.
This communication using the technology.
Fine. The other name?
Well received, Joel. I can
Joel
see.
Ombati Nyamwea.
Chair, Mr. President,
yes.
I don't know if you want to give opportunity to your equal, Sir
Yes.
Collins Kowor. Okay, he's too senior.
No. Please unmute Mr. Kowor.
Mr. President, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Kowor. We also propose to amend rule number 7 under the nomination of members by inserting to read this section deals with nomination of members. If just for the benefit of all of us who may not have the constitution, I don't know if we have it, we can project instead of me reading it. Please project rule number 7, the section on nominations.
Bad one now.
Thank you. As the moderator gets the screen, I think maybe I could just, on nomination of members, all qualified members wishing to stand for elections shall fill a nomination form containing the following documents: full names, chapter, branch of the member, as recorded in the member's roll, membership number, the position for which he or she is to vie, full names, chapter, branch, membership number, signature of the member proposing him or her for the election, full council members, I can hear you from where I am. Full names, chapter, branch, membership number, signature of the member seconding, a declaration that he or she does not have any outstanding dues, a declaration that he or she is not undergoing any disciplinary action. A member is qualified to propose and second only one person, and likewise, a member is qualified to vie for one post at any given election. We propose to insert that a member is qualified to propose and second a candidate upon procuring a certificate of good standing, and likewise, a member is qualified to vie for a post upon procuring the same. This is in line that we've seen that for every election or appointment, they require a member to have a certificate of good standing from a professional body. Standing. So this is a proposal that for insertion in the Constitution. Are there any hands up, moderator?
Mr. President, there are a few hands up. Mr. Joseph Nanzala Munyendo's hand is up, and he's unmuted.
Please proceed. We can't hear. Could we proceed? The next person?
Yes, Miss Nelly Mbugwa.
Miss Nelly Mbugwa, please proceed.
Yes, I second. President, I second.
Nelly, stay with me. Nobody has proposed. Why are people?
I propose, sorry. I propose. I thought the moderator had mentioned somebody else to propose. Thank you.
Sorry, we didn't hear him. Dr. Winnie Mwangi.
Technical team, please unmute Dr. Winnie Mwangi.
Sorry, we can't hear Dr. Winnie.
Mr. President, I second.
Thank you, Dr. Winnie. Under Rule 7, there's also a proposal to insert F that notwithstanding, every member wishing to participate in an electioneering exercise shall be required to be in good standing with the institution. Members, the current constitution provides that members who are participating in electioneering process are fully paid up only, and the proposal is to also add that the member is in good standing, that they may be able to stand for election and also to vote in the election. So can we have a proposer or a seconder for the motion? You can see Mr. Mbugwa. Please unmute Mr. Mbugwa.
I propose, Mr. President. I propose.
Thank you, Mr. Mbugwa. Mr. Lumbasi.
I second, Mr. President.
That is David?
Yes. Let me say it for you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. We now go to the next agenda, which is election of office bearers and confirmation of members of the council, which I think is ongoing. So perhaps this is a cue that we may take tea and wait for the elections to continue. The IEC chair had opened the voting booths. So I hope the elections are ongoing. Yeah. I think I would give, I don't know if IEC, I've seen some questions on the wall. I don't know if it's appropriate for you to come forward and.
As the chair IEC comes forth, I'd like to recognize or state to members that the publishing of the 2020 annual report was powered by VillaCare, a subsidiary of Homes Universal Group. Members, keep raising your questions. They are visible to us, only that for council members who are outgoing, we may not respond to issues of elections. That's why the Independent Electoral Committee is being invited to come and respond to those queries. Welcome, Valiwa Vincent Kipto.
Thank you. Thank you, moderators. Vincent walks to the podium. There is Mr. Mbugwa who proposed. I realized you had recorded one name in the attendance. Maybe you could give us your two names for proper record. Mr. Bugwa, you could send a chat so that we can get your name. Mr. Bugwa. So, Chair IEC.
Okay, thank you very much, President and members. We are glad to note that you are continuing to vote. There have been a few, of course, technical issues, and those technical issues are being handled by the technical committee. We've had quite a number of members voting. I don't want to update you on the percentage, but the voting is ongoing. There are some people we've received messages that they have a message indicating to them that they are voted, yet they have not completed voting. That error message is being resolved. There is also an enabling. We are enabling in the system for you to be able to see which votes, which your voting activity, you're able to check, and we'll be communicating shortly. Just to indicate that we are happy to have with us the observers. I think I had not mentioned earlier, and a good number of the contestants have communicated to the observers, and they've raised the issues. They've raised some of the challenges which members are having, but we are up to speed with that. We also note that we are also having a slowdown in internet. Internet is fairly slow, and I think that is also slowing our process. But we don't have any major challenge that should make anybody worry. But we'll be updating you now that the council has transacted its business, and I hope, President, you are finished.
Yes, we have.
Yes. So maybe as the FT will periodically be now updating you on the progress and any resolution of any challenge. For those members, if you get an error message, please don't give up. Just try again to continue voting and complete or whatever positions you have not completed. So we'll be updating you just now every few minutes, so that we walk through this process together. We know this is the first time that we are using an online platform, but we are happy the way it's progressing. So just to give the members confidence, and also to encourage you, if you have any challenge, continue to share with the observers, and also with our representative from the Secretariat, and we should be able to handle. Otherwise, all the best, and let's proceed. In case there is any issue, we will get a communication from the IEC. Together with me, we have IEC members, Joel Odhiambo, who is with us. We also have Ben Osewe. We also have the other IEC members who are with us online. So we are behind, we are together, and we are also going through this process in a manner that is open, and that will enable us to get the kind of results members desire. Otherwise, thank you very much. We'll be updating you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So would you have a regular update like the IBC we have in Anniversary Towers, or we wait for 5 o'clock?
Yeah, we'll continue giving you updates until, of course, the time is over, until it's 5. So now that we have taken over, we'll be able to update you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So members, continue voting. We have about an hour or so. So please continue voting. Any issues raised with the IEC? I don't know if Chair, do they have a number they can raise directly? How do they raise? How do those issues get to you?
Yes, President, there is the ISK provided number. Vendor is receiving the questions and observations from members. There are also observers. The observers are here with us. Please also use them.
Thank you. So members, happy voting. All the very best. Thank you.
Technical team, please entertain us. Please put some entertainment.
If you don't know me by now.
Please enjoy a cup of tea outside, kindly. There's tea already served. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Hello. Is it on? Hello. Hello, members. I hope you can hear me. Uh, Voters who are still voting, we encourage you to continue voting. We still have less than 20 minutes to close for voting. Just to indicate to you that the systems are now fairly fluent and we are progressing well. So far, we have a turnout. We have a turnout of, for the position of young surveyors, we have a turnout of 2%. And for the position of the other council positions, we have a turnout of 59. So we still have quite a number of people who have not voted, and we encourage you to continue voting. We note that there are those who are not able to get feedback on their voting activity, but we are looking at it so that we get feedback. This is mainly for the positions of the position of professional practice. The technical team is activating that. Besides that, we noted that the process has had a little delay, and the IEC has considered those technical challenges, and we are on that basis we are going to extend. We are extending the voting time by another 20 minutes. So the voting will be closed at 5:20 p.m. So we urge members, those who have not voted, to vote. And I think the earlier, because there were quite a number of people who are voting, and the server probably slowed down because of that. But now it should be easy to progress and vote. Thank you very much. Let's keep waiting, and we should be able to conclude by 5:20 p.m. Thank you very much.
1 2. Haya, ni 1 2. 1 2. Hello. 1 2. Mic test.
One, two. 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 testing. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Test out. 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing. 1 2. Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Let me call someone.
The 3% who have voted. That is still a significant number who have not voted. For the other positions, we are at 60%, 60.9%. So we are almost at 61. So we still have another 40% who have not voted. So wherever you are in whatever part of the country, we encourage you to cast your vote. And in the next 20 minutes, we should be able to close and thereafter announce how the voting has gone through. We hope you will be patient with us. Please don't leave. Please wait for the results. Otherwise, thank you very much. And the observers, I think, are still here. They're a bit relaxed. But for the contestants, don't fire them. They've done an excellent job, and they continue to do an excellent job. But until we finish the process, we ask you to be patient, and we ask you to continue ensuring that you encourage those who have not voted to vote. Thank you very much.
It's a boy, the youngest producer.
Hello, members. This is the final announcement. We now have 10 minutes to the end of the voting time. Those who did not earlier get feedback on their voting activity, it's now possible to get. So you can check. Just go to the portal, go to election, go to the button view the results. Under that button, there is a section which shows in green, my vote. If you open that, and you have to choose, of course, the two elections which we are having. You first choose that election, you'll see a button in green. If you click on that, you should be able to see how you have voted. And for clarification, it will just show you how you have voted. It's not showing you any other results. The results will be coming in after we close the election. Otherwise, we continue to get updated, and we know there are members who are voting. There is one person who had a challenge, and she's been assisted. So, but we urge those who have not voted to please vote, and we should be able to have everybody being given the opportunity. We are now at 61% for the other positions, all the other positions, save for the young surveyors, which is still at 33%. Thank you very much, and we see you after 10 minutes.
Designer on the
Damn, Ricky.
It's amazing.
Hello, members. I'm constrained again to give another extension. Unfortunately, there are some of you who had not updated their record in terms of the telephone number, and that has necessitated that addition to enable them to vote. And on that basis, we are just adding another 5 minutes for that voter to be able to complete voting. But that means voters also in future voters should discard themselves from being disenfranchised. So while that is being effected, within the next 5 minutes, we should be able to close the election and then check what are the results and announce the results thereafter. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, members. Our time is up. We've closed the voting, so anybody who has not voted, your time is already up. Very soon we'll now announce the results. So you can check your portal maybe in a short while before we announce the results of for the various positions. Thank you.
Bodyguards are there.
Okay. Okay, stand there.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess we are now at such a time that we can announce the results. We'll announce the results, and then, of course, thereafter we'll announce the full list of the newly elected council members. So thank you very much. We will start with the position of the chairman or chairperson, Young Surveyors Committee. The results are as follows. Michael Solomon Kitao Wayeko has votes, 44 votes. Henry Nyantari Nyariki, 37 votes. Frida Wanjiku Mwangi, 319 votes. Frederick Awiti Onyango, 127 votes. Evans Mutinda Mwanzui, 204 votes. The total number of members who voted were 731. That constituted a turnout of 34.37%. Owing to those results, the person who has garnered the highest number of votes is Frida Wanjiku Mwangi. So we declare Frida Wanjiku Mwangi to be the newly elected chairperson, Young Surveyors Committee. So that is, those are the results for that position. The other positions which were also contested, we'll go to the chairperson, editorial and public relations position. That position, there were 404 votes which were cast. There were two candidates. Evans Cheriot Kipkoech garnered 169 votes. Gloria Sarah Awinja garnered 235 votes. Those were the two contestants. And in view of those results, Gloria Sarah Awinja emerges as the winner for that position. And we then declare her to be the chairperson, editorial and public relations committee. The other position which was contested is the chairperson, human resources committee. And there was one contestant. So the votes were cast, of course, in favor of that contestant, Peter Ouma Adibo. He competed alone, and he got 397 votes. So we declare Peter Ouma Adibo as the newly elected chairperson, Human Resource Committee. The other position which was contested is the chairperson, Finance and Audit Committee. There were two contestants. The number of votes which were cast were 423. The first contestant was Maurice Omolo Okoth, who garnered 220 votes. The other contestant who was contesting is Wycliffe Onyango Abiero. His votes are 203. So in view of those results, we then declare Maurice Omolo Okoth as the duly elected chairperson, Finance and Audit Committee. The other position which was contested with that three contestants is the chairperson, Education and Research Committee. there were 3 contestants. There were 486 votes which were cast. The first contestant is John Mwangi Maina. The votes cast in his favor are 220. The second contestant is Julius Kiblagat Rotich. The votes cast in his favor are 67. The third contestant is Ramadan Odhiambo Abdul. The votes cast in his favor are 199. So in view of those results, then we declare John Mwangi Maina as the duly elected chairperson, Education and Research Committee. The other position, which was also contested, is the chairperson, Professional Practice and Ethics Committee. There were 3 contestants. The first contestant is Nicholas Nganga Mbugwa. The votes cast in his favor are 102. The other contestant is Lea Wambui Njuguna. The votes cast in her favor is 169. The third contestant is Emily Wawira Njeru. The votes cast in her favor is 246. So in view of those results, the person who is duly elected as the new chairperson, Professional Practice and Ethics Committee is Emily Wawira Njeru. We are almost finalizing, and we now go to the position of the Deputy President. For that position, there were 503 votes which were cast. There were 3 contestants. The first contestant is David Siriba. The votes cast in his favor is 174. The next contestant is Eric Asembo Nyandimo. The votes cast in his favor are 272. The other contestant is Jacinta Siogao Kimuyu. The votes which were cast in her favor are 57. So in view of those results, the newly elected Deputy President is Eric Asembo Nyandimo. The final position, which was contested for purposes of this election, was that of the President. There were 2 contestants. The contestants were Abraham Blakat Samuel and Luke Okeyo Madende. Now, the votes cast in favor of Luke Okeyo Madende is 114, and the votes cast in favor of Abraham Blakat Samuel is 401. In view of that, then we announce that the person who has been duly elected as the president is Abraham Blakat Samuel. So those were the positions. I wish to announce that the number of voters who turned up for these positions were 537 out of 852. There was a turnout of 63.03%, a very, very good turnout. So with that, we wish to say that that was the results for today's election. We congratulate those who have been elected. We'll then compile a list, give us 5 minutes, that we compile a list, and then we announce the full council, the list of the full council. And then after that, our duty will have been duly fulfilled. You can then look.
They can check it online after, but not immediately.
Yeah, I think thereafter we'll advise that you can now log in to see how the voting happened. So thank you very much. So let's just compile the list, because there were the other elections at the chapter, and then we'll then announce the full council. Thank you very much. Yes.
Was it possible to skip some candidates when voting, or you have to vote for each position?
You can choose whether to vote for somebody or not. Yeah. But that's why we ensure that the log sheets were available, so that you'd be able to check whom you voted for and the ones that you.
What I'm asking is, you could could skip a position?
I think that's possible.
Yes. There was that provision, yes.
Yeah.
So thank you. Just bear with us, entertainment, before we finish the list.
Congratulations and jubilations. Who would believe that I could be happy and contented? I used to think that happiness hadn't been invented, but that was in the bad old days before I met you. When I let you walk into my heart. Congratulations and celebrations when I tell everyone that you're in love. That I was
Hello. Okay. Okay, I can see I can see there is still some congratulations happening. So further to our announcement of the results, our duty as the IEC was to organize and ensure that there is election in the council and all the other positions within the ISK fraternity. Now, today's elections were mainly for the council. This started at the chapter and branch level, and following today's election, we can as well say that all the positions of the council have been duly elected. So let me announce then the people who have been duly elected for the various positions. For the position of president, the newly elected president is Abraham Kiplangat Samoe. The deputy president is Eric Asembo Nyadimo. The chairperson, Professional Practice and Ethics Committee is Emily Wawira Njeru. The chairperson, Education and Research Committee is John Mwangi Maina. The chairperson, Human Resources Committee is Peter Ouma Adibo. The chairperson, Finance and Audit Committee is Maurice Omolo Okot. The chairperson, Editorial and Public Relations Committee is Sarah Gloria Awinja. The chairperson, Young Surveyors Committee is Frida Wanjigu Mwangi. The chairperson, Land Surveyors Chapter, is Erastus Sheke Mwangi. The chapter secretary is Livingston Asala. The chairperson, Engineering Surveyors Chapter, is the chairperson is Joy Duncan Ondulo. And the chapter secretary is Edgar Celebwa Lugonzo. The chairperson, Geospatial Information Management Surveyors Chapter, is Dr. Collins Mwange Mungu. The chapter secretary is Betsy McKenna Mugo. The chairperson, Valuation Chapter, is Bernard Kamau Kashoka. The chapter secretary, Valuation Chapter, is Michael Otieno Okelo. The chairperson, Estate Agency Chapter, is Jesse Washira Kihoro. And the chapter secretary is Collins Odhiambo Otieno. The chairperson, Property Management Chapter, is Ayub Odanya Napuri. The chapter secretary is Joel Kelvin Simiyu. The chairperson, Building Surveyors Chapter, is Michael Mburu Kiarie. The chapter secretary is Stephen Matete. The chairperson, Land Administration Managers Chapter, is Priscilla Warikia Nyaga. The secretary is Janet Aluoj Orego. The chairperson, Western Branch, is Wycliffe Okeyo Ongonge. The branch secretary is Daniel Madegwa. The chairperson, South Rift Branch, is Mungai Wanjenga Kabitu. And the branch secretary is Joseph Mutua. The chairperson, Coast Branch, is Maina Ruingo. And the branch secretary is Blaise Musau. So the members of the institution, those are the newly elected council members. And on behalf of the IEC, we wish to congratulate the newly elected officials and also, of course, the voters for diligently casting your vote. And owing to the process, we indicate that though there were some technical challenges, but it all went well. It all went well. I think we've come a long way. we've been able to overcome, of course, the challenges of that have been brought together by COVID. And I'm glad actually today that we have been able to carry out these elections. And going forward, I think if we are able to have a very efficient system, elections will be far much better. And I guess we'll have more participation. Unlike the elections we have conducted in the past, the turnout today was probably the highest. And I think that is something which is remarkable. And so going forward, actually, we should consider continuing the same process, and hopefully we can even make it more efficient, more effective, and it can reach more members. So on behalf of the IEC, we want to thank the new council, and we then invite the outgoing council to conclude the administrative aspects of the institution. And of course, we invite now the newly elects, those who are present. Those who are present, can you stand, can you come here? From the president, the deputy president, those who have been elected, those who are present. And I forgot something. I thank the observers. The observers, I think you are very critical role. You played a very important role, a very important supportive role to the IEC, and we thank you. You played, it was very important, and it was critical that you are with us. So thank you very much, and we hope you will carry the experience to the future elections. So the new council members, the newly elected, maybe you can come here so that some of you, I don't even know how you look like. Once you come here, then we'll step down as the IEC. So, Mr. President, I thought you were here. Yeah, Mr. President, you have the newly elected Deputy President. Yeah. And any of the chapter, those who are elected in the chapter. Yeah. Yes, yes, please, please.
Come down.
Oh. Okay, okay. The camera person can guide that process. Yeah.
And the deputy.
And the deputy, okay.
Yeah. It's an election including other contests.
Yeah.
We are still on
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, the team. I think from here the outgoing officials can take over. Finally, we want to thank all the contestants, and for participating and campaigning so vigorously. I think you gave a very good run for the position. We thank you very much. I think we would not have been this clad as I see if all the members or if there were no competition. So we thank all those who participated, and some positions were very competitive, and the results were very close. So thank you very much, and all the best. So thank you, President. Over to you.
Thank you. Council members, you may take your seats. Chair IEC and your committee, I want to thank you very much for the manner in which you've conducted this year's election. I think personally I was a bit worried that we are trying a virtual election, more so internally. Most people, they contract outside providers to manage their elections. But I think we've demonstrated as a membership that we are able to come up with credible, transparent processes that are able to deliver results that we believe in. So thank you. In such a short time, you have been able to come up with a system, and we've held elections. And the challenges that came as you started, you were able to resolve in good time, and members were able to vote. Secondly, I want to congratulate all the contestants who offered themselves to serve the institution. Public service is not very easy. You have to sacrifice. And I know even those who may not have been successful today, the desire to serve the institution and to advance the surveying profession is what drives all of us as members of the institution. The campaigns were at one time charged, and I know people are telling me cool some of the temperature, but I could see underlying people want to serve. And that spirit of service is what makes us better and what makes the institution stronger. So the campaigns are closed. Deal. So whatever tactics, whatever things you are saying so that you may get people to vote for you was all in good spirit, that you wanted to compete and emerge the victor. Now that there are people who have been declared winners today to serve, to advance our interests, let's support them. I look forward to working with all of you. All of us will have different strengths, and that is the diversity that ISK offers all of us. A council as diverse with different professionals, different gender, I may say. At least now we have more ladies in the council. I think it was only Jerry and Emily the other time. So I think we are making progress in that front. We hope that the new council will continue the journey of pushing members' interest. We've done a couple of things to improve our situation as a profession locally, members' interest out there, and we hope with the new energy that is coming onto the council and the renewal of the people who have come back to their positions, we are able to move higher. Finally, I want to thank all of you for trusting me to lead the institution for another term. It has been my privilege for the last almost 3 years now, and I have done my best to ensure that we are the globally recognized institution that anybody coming to Africa talking about a professional in the land sector talks about ISK member. So it's a challenge that we have to push so that we ensure that we give more opportunity to our members. And also, we are in the business of earning money, so we also earn quite a fortune as we practice. It's unlikely that we will be doctors, maybe we will be astronauts when we make money. So let's do our best in the profession. One of the biggest challenges is professional ethics. And from what I could hear during the campaigns, conversation with members, is how to protect the profession. So I think it's a big challenge that as we go forward, we look at how to improve on that sphere. So thank you very much, Chair IEC and everyone who has participated, and we move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Independent Electoral Committee, for the successful voting and election exercise. Distinguished delegates, we are coming to a close of our today's AGM, and it's now my pleasure to invite Professor Hussein Farah to give the vote of thanks. Professor Farah is joining us online. Professor, all the delegates are ready and present to listen to you. Welcome.
Good evening, members. Erastus, am I clear?
Loud and clear, sir.
Thank you very much. Dear members, on behalf of the outgoing council members, I wish to take this early opportunity to congratulate the newly elected council members. We assure you of our support and a smooth and a transition and handover of the reins of leadership of our great institution. Members, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all of you for joining us this afternoon for our annual general meeting. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your input into the various agendas that were discussed this afternoon, and including participation in the election. Thank you very much for your support, continuous support to the outgoing council in the last almost 3 years. As the President has said in his report, that despite the difficult conditions brought about by the COVID-19 epidemic, the outgoing council implemented various activities for the benefit of the welfare of our members. I take this opportunity to sincerely thank very much our Secretariat for their commitment and hard work, which enabled the successful implementation of our work plans in the last year. I greatly appreciate each and every member of our Secretariat. wish also to thank members of our IEC for the excellent work that they've done in the last 1 year, conducting our elections this afternoon successfully. They have volunteered their valuable time and sacrifice over the last 1 year to put this virtual voting system in place. Thank you very much once again for conducting this important exercise of ISK annual elections. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I wish to thank all our partners and stakeholders for their cooperation and support. I wish to single out the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning under the leadership of the Cabinet Secretary, Farida Karemei, for the great support extended to our members during this period of digitization processes and the electronic introduction of the electronic transaction, land administration, and management. Once again, I congratulate the newly elected council members, and we wish you the best to take ISK to greater heights. Thank you very much. God bless you all. God bless ISK. God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Professor. I hope you're enjoying the Rusinga Islands the same way we are trying to brave the cold of Nairobi. As we come now to a close, I'd like to invite our Chief Executive Officer to close with a word of prayer, and then we'll leave at our pleasure. Karibu CEO.
Thank you very much, Erastus. Let me also echo the words of those who have congratulated the new elect team and say congratulations and well done. And also to IEC as your secretary and all the confidence, because I saw the chairperson, Vincent, confidence, and that also built the confidence of the secretariat. We want to congratulate the new team and also the outgoing. We still love you because you are all our members. We wish to close with a word of prayer, and after prayer, the MC has asked me to do a small exercise after the prayer, and I'll invite all of us to do that. So I'd wish to ask all of us to rise up on our feet so that we pray. Let's take 1 minute, because this is something the president has asked me also to do. A newly elected president is to have a moment of silence as we remember those who left us from ISK membership. We had 14 members last year who went to be with the Maker. So let's keep 2 minutes of silence as we remember and remember their families, because those souls are already departed. Even in our silence, Lord, you hear our prayers. And that's why we just want to say thank you unto you this evening for your goodness and your greatness. We thank you for this far, Lord. We wouldn't have made it alone if you were not part of our lives. We thank you because from the beginning of the year, and we saw the effects of this COVID, we never knew we were going to be here today. But indeed, since, Lord, we are here, we just want to say thank you unto you. We thank you for the entire membership of ISK. May you continue upholding everyone. May you continue prospering all of us in everything that we do, in the businesses that we do, in the employment that we do, in our families and our children and our spouses. May you continue prospering us, O Lord. This COVID, many people have been worried. Either they've lost even loved ones, or even themselves have been affected and infected. We want to comfort them and remind them that you're still seated on your throne, that you'll see them through. We thank you for the leadership of this institution led by Abraham, that Lord, you may continue impacting wisdom from heaven so that he may guide us in the best way possible. And even for the councils that have been serving us so well, Lord, may you bless them. And for those who have been newly elected, may you show them the new direction they need to take this institution to higher levels. And even as the Secretariat, we keep on praying that, Lord, you shall give us the grace to continue serving our members. And for our members who have been so gracious to continue contributing towards the growth of this institution, Lord, may you bless them. For us who have been so gracious to conduct this election with humility, Lord, may you bless them. And even to our developers who have been so patient with us, Lord, may you bless them. The observers and even the providers of services, Lord, you've given them grace and peace. May you be with them, Lord. Even as we come to the closure of this meeting and this AGM in this year, we just want to thank even for the remaining part of the year, that, Lord, would you go with us? May you be gracious to us. May you be patient with us even times when we lack patience. May you give us peace where we feel we are disturbed. May your grace that is sufficient to every one of us be upon our lives, O Lord. Even as we leave this room, we pray for your mercies. We pray that, Lord, you may guide our journey mercies home, and that, Lord, the rest of the weekend, you will be in our midst. We continue thanking you for many things that you blessed us. I know we have many testimonies from our members, and indeed we continue praying that may you bless us. And that, Lord, we may continue glorifying your holy name and knowing that if it were not for you, we wouldn't be here. So, Lord, we want to thank you this evening, and we thank you. And we pray this in Jesus' name. As you're still upright, I want to ask our team to unmute everyone, and we'll have an opportunity to congratulate ourselves, to congratulate those who have been elected by making a hot clap. And unmute yourself so that all of us, we can make a big one from our end also, and where you are. And we want to thank you, members, for being so patient and being there. We thank you, Lord. We thank you for all of you. We love you because you have been our members. So are we ready to make a clap and a relation? We can make 5 or 4 depending on your gender. But that clap is important to thank God. Unmute yourself if you've been prompted so that we make the clap together. But from here in the room, let's start, and we'll make it until we say stop. Let's continue. Let's start. Thank you so much. You made it at your own pleasure. Thank you.
Give us the pleasure. Yes. You want me to hear some bigger picture? Oh. Excuse me, for the newly elected who are still in the room, there is one next to the ISK banner, in front of the ISK banner. If it is possible. Outgoing, we are waiting for pleasure. We are actually waiting for pleasure.
Big some sacks. Big some sacks.
Big some sacks.
Master remark.
Big some sacks. Big some sacks.